What's going on Twitch? What's going on YouTube? Yeah, right now I'm just gonna make sure I have everything going. Now I did adjust the mic volume from yesterday's stream, so it should sound a bit better. Yeah, we got hooked here a little bit on this attack, literally speaking. I was really surprised about this miss here because, I mean, it's an easy base. What is that invis, man? That's a terrible invis. What a bummer about this fail. Anyway. Yeah, before I get into these hits, I'm gonna try to crush some lower league bases. Let me fix a couple things on the stream settings, and yeah, we'll get into these hits. Anyway, if you're tuning in, or you're lurking, or just hanging out, I appreciate you. If you guys have any questions, or you want to see anything specific, just drop it in the chat. Yeah, we kind of tossed this league here. We lost 3 days in a row. Just Master 3 anyway. Now, I remember when I saw this kind of base back in Town Hall 13, I'd always just try to go for a firewall right there. Right on that spell tower. Yeah, now with electro boots, everything is just too easy. L base, you're right. These bases just don't defend anymore. It's really unfortunate. Most of those defense levels were back from Town Hall 15, right? Godsend, you're asking me how many accounts I have? I have 6 push accounts and 6 chill accounts. By my chill accounts, picked up a few mighty morsels this week, so I threw them in Clan Warley. Jerry, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you tuning in, man. How am I? I'm great, dude. Actually, I won't even lie, I kind of just woke up. So, the stream did start a few minutes late, but it's okay. Not in a huge rush to get these hits done. My Champ 1 hits only have a few hours left, but we'll get through them. I'll take a look at our league in a second. Do I grab the town hall here? Yeah, let's do it. I don't really think that was initially the best plan, but it's such a rush base, I don't think it matters. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better now than how I did in the last stream. Last stream I was just crazy super sleep deprived. And now, quite honestly, I feel a bit refreshed. I might go in a second to run and grab some coffee, but wow. This is that day, isn't it? It's the last day. Is our root army still the number one, or throwers better? Actually, I kind of want to take a look at the throwers a bit, because Fadesy was using them in this ore war that we had here, and it actually looks kind of good. I've been saying that Fireball should come back into the meta now because, yeah, they recently just did a healer buff, and so the healers plus the rage gem should make warden walks a bit easier. You saw some people swagging heroes with the thrower army. Yeah, it actually looks kind of legit now. We'll take a look at those in a second. I just want to get through a couple of these bases. Actually, I think I saw this base in another league, in the Master 3. If I remember correctly, I could just walk into the sides right here. Yeah, you want to see me use throwers too? Well, I might throw them out in a second. I'll show you. The problem that throwers had before, where actually I did try them once before, and the biggest problem I found with them is that they just didn't have enough HP, and they were a little slow. Like, if you get stalled up by skeletons or ice golems, it's hard for them to recover from that. So as long as you have a plan for skeletons like Valkyries or an Electro Titan, yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that the best for throwers right now is something with the troop launcher, to throw some Valkyries. Into the mix. And I do think that you need to use the king in the core. rather than outside as flank support. So the queen probably has to be outside with like the mirror and the healer puppet. So you lose the giant. Anyway guys, if the mic sounds good, let me know, because I actually have no way of actively monitoring it. I was listening to the mic earlier and it sounded great, and then when I went to stream last night, I could barely hear myself. So I think I have it all fixed. Now my plan here with the RC is to just go in here and grab. She might not pick up the scatter shot because of these defenses, but as long as she just makes it to this middle layer, then I can just put the overgrowth over here and wrap around with the root riders like this. The best plan for the town hall is probably just to shoot the rocket spears at it. Sounds amazing. Yeah, dude. Appreciate it. It took me a moment to figure out all the best settings, and I think I finally got it. Okay, let's get this. I think as long as I just get the spell tower right, I'm good. I'm good here. Now I did choose to run the Frosty this time instead of Diggy, so I just hope that doesn't come back to bite me. I don't like dropping my last invis, but I did it anyway because I wanted to grab this scatter shot. Now here I have to be careful with these heroes. So the skeleton actually might not be enough. Especially against the prince. I just have to make sure that there's no lock on to the king somehow. Now the king isn't exactly cooperating here, so there could be a bit of trouble. I have no spells left, except poison. This might fail, which is quite unfortunate, because I went perfect in this league and then I'm about to fail right here. What a bummer. That's a bummer. Did any of us get a perfect week? I think we all tossed it. Maybe Connor had it. Reyes, and then Connor is the last hitter. Yeah, what a bummer. I think really the biggest problem in this hit was that I had used the last invis, because I planned to cover this with overgrowth, didn't I? I thought it'd be good to grab the scatter shot, but having nothing left to save the RC. This is really the kind of thing you gotta look out for. It doesn't look like a mistake, but actually it's a huge mistake. Like, I probably could have just finished the scatter shot with the arrow and saved the last invis. And then of course the king walking in. He needed to continue out here and distract all this. What a bummer, man. Army would have split if the scatter shot wasn't taken down. I mean, potentially. But saving the last invis was definitely better. I've been saying it again and again and again, and yeah, here I am doing it myself. I thought it was okay because I saved the fox, but then I dropped the RC too early, and then I lost the fox like nothing. So yeah, I mean, when you look at all these fails that we did here, that's exactly what happened, is that the last invis was dropped and the fox was gone. 97, 98, 99%. Like right here, I'm not sure why she used the last invis, because I mean, she was stuck with the ice golem. And the fox is dead. And in the end, it was 99%. This fail here actually is a little different because we got hooked. But I gotta say, this placement right here is disgusting. That invis placement. He grabbed the hook tower, grabbed the fox, and he thought it grabbed the RC, so he recalled it. Just terrible. That is just terrible. Okay, yeah, so the space here, when I was looking at it earlier, I was kind of thinking just the best plan was with the log launcher, because I mean the RC can go in this way, grab the fire spitter, or potentially I could just use the troop launcher if the RC wants to grab the monolith and the hook tower. But really, I just need the fire spitter here. Unlucky for survivor. That was I don't know if it was unlucky or if it was just he wasn't focusing, honestly, because the placement of that invis was just terrible. I mean, maybe he thought the RC was gonna go to this archer tower next, because I noticed the invis went more closer over to the archer tower. But when you're here and you're unsure where to drop the invis, you should drop it more so that it covers kind of this area, like this area in between the archer tower and the fire spitter, if that makes sense. You shouldn't choose one side or the other, and you can tell he chose the side more closer to the archer tower, and of course that cost him. And this panic he did with the recall spell was just... What a bummer, man. And it's funny because all day I've been sharing a replay I did on this base. And nobody wants it. And so now I have to take this base. Right here. I hit this base so many times in Legends. And actually the best plan for it is with the log launcher. If the log launcher grabs the monolith and the fire spitters, then it's pretty much game over. Because the roots have no choice but to just go in this way. You can overgrowth the town hall, or you can overgrowth over here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, these bases are kind of easy. And it's kind of a bummer that we're going for 43 now. Because... yeah. These kind of fails are just costing us spots on the leaderboard. Yeah, the nice thing here, I don't think I have to change my army for this base, because really, the only thing you need to change if you're planning to use the log launcher are just like, maybe you want to bring an earthquake spell, or maybe you want to bring Frosty to distract the monolith. But there's no enemy heroes or anything by the monolith, so you can just shoot the arrow and then drop a skeleton, and that's it. Now the king's not cooperating, but it's not the biggest deal. Easy. Use super barbs to funnel the king away from the roots. Yeah, I kind of tried to do that. Let's see what happened with the king here. I mean, when you drop the king somewhere over here, like on this building or that building, it's kind of hard to say that he won't go into here. I mean, it's really not the biggest problem if he goes in the base. It's just... yeah, right here. I mean, I did open this wall here, so he should have just... Let's check it again. I think I opened it a bit late. Yeah, once this cannon went down, this bomb tower needed to go down. The bomb tower going down was a bit late. What's this base? Yeah, this base I was looking at it earlier. And actually, this looks like a fresh kind of base. So, I think I kind of want to take some sort of an approach that is a bit out of the meta a little bit, because if I just RC charge one of these corners, then I could be in for some little bit of a trouble. What I was thinking is to sneak a log launcher in from this corner, because it's easy to tank the log launcher with the king and maybe a skeleton on the monolith. If the queen can tag the monolith and the town hall and the yetis from the log launcher, then really the rest of this should just be... yeah. I was thinking about just using hogs here. If I get stuck in clan castle troops, that could be a problem. I mean, if the king grabs this, then the pathing for the hogs, it literally just goes straight into here. Let's see where I have a hog army saved. I know for sure it's here. Now the question is here. Let's see. RC charge from cannon and invis on multi-archer would funnel RC in, right? Let me take a look. RC charge from cannon. And then invis the multi-archer. So you mean from over here? It would funnel the RC in. I just don't want to send the king and the queen into this area. I think it's better that I send them into here. With the RC, you really just need, like, probably just here. Up until the Rico. Which is fine. And that's why I think the hog puppet's gonna work here. With the rocket spear, you can afford to go into something that has a little higher HP, like the fire spitter, the scatter shot, and the inferno. But I really think that the king and the queen need to do the heavy lifting on this attack. I just need to get like this with the RC. If I can get the expo, that'd be perfect. For Roots Army, you meant? Yeah. The reason I don't want to use the Roots on this base is because I'm actually not so sure about like the traps on this base. This actually looks a bit built against Root Riders too. Because you have this right here. The Giga Bomb, the King, and the Prince. You need the Eternal Tome around here. Like, I'd bring the Lizard, but you also need some Headhunters. If the Hogs go in this way, then timing the Eternal Tome should be super easy. The only problem potentially is the Monolith, but I think because it'll be on the backside, that it won't be an issue for the Hogs to clean up. But I have a Skeleton spell just in case. I'm trying to switch the device on my phone. The account, I mean. Yeah, if the RC can grab this Expo, it should triple. Because this Expo is really the only thing stopping a log launcher from going straight to the town hall. All these other defenses are just going to be neutralized with the king and the queen. I'm getting smoked here. Actually, it doesn't look too good. As long as the RC can carry. Wow. Jerry, you just got your fireball up to level 23. Can't wait to get it to 24 and try furnaces and throwers. You just need like 600 glowy ore. Yeah, dude, honestly, I think that the fireball is one of the like most, like, it's so close to being like the meta. It just needs a little more support from troops. Because the fireball itself is really powerful. It's just that there's no synergy yet. Jerry, you are amazing, dude. Yeah, thank you. It actually wasn't that great of an attack. Something happened with all the hogs in here. I thought that they could move through pretty smoothly over here with the Eternal Tome, but they got pretty smoked. It might have been the Giga Bomb here, right? That mini warden actually was meant to be for the hogs, but because I have the life gem, I kind of threw it in with the heroes. If I had the healing tome, then obviously I would throw it in with the hogs. Yeah, it's right around here. I was expecting that they they could make it a bit longer. And then of course here, I was a little nervous because nothing was going for the town hall for a second. Everything was kind of going around. Wow. You think the warden lags behind and the eternal tome couldn't prevent heavy damage? I just don't think that the hogs are strong enough to get through this area. I give him too much credit. Like, I mean, maybe I should have pressed the eternal tome around here, but then if the Giga Bomb goes off and kills them all. I mean, the only reason I went for this plan is because I wanted to drop this log launcher right here. I could have totally done with the roots, I guess, with the log launcher. It's probably better just to run Healing Tome with this army. John, what's up, dude? Hey, your energy is incredible. I'd love to support you as a fan, join your community, and connect on your next broadcast. Add me on Discord. Okay, hang on. Yeah, dude, I appreciate it. I appreciate you tuning in and hanging out. Yeah, I sent you that friend request. Let's take a look at this next base. Yeah, this is that base. I could send the RC into here, but if there's giant bombs in this base as well as the Giga Bomb, then I lose the Fox. So I'm not sure that's the best plan. But of course it's always that mind game with the Giga Bomb, right? That, you know, because it's here, that they put all the traps over here, since they're expecting nobody will go into the Giga Bomb. But I do think it's a little suspicious because the multi-gear is right there. But this log launcher is super easy. You drop a skeleton and then the queen with the frosty. So here, let's fix this. Actually, I should have an account somewhere with a maxed frosty. Can you take an ice block to tank the Giga Bomb in the RC charge? I can, actually. You're right. But I already have to get rid of my last invis to drop an earthquake. So what do I replace it with? That's the question. Do I replace the poison for an ice block? It seems kind of risky. Actually, not really, because nothing's gonna pull the CC except maybe the Yetis over here or the Root Riders going into here. And by the time the Root Riders are in here, I'll have the Eternal Tome active. So it might be okay to drop the poison. The only other place I could see myself using the poison is on the king. So Log Launcher is going in either way. This guy is asking, is the Hook Tower better or the Crusher Mortar? I definitely think the Crusher Mortar, because against a top player, they're really not going to let the Hook Tower grab something important. Especially if they can plan a hit like in Clan War League. You gotta use the Crusher Mortar. Jerry, you said only think that will stop Yetis is Rocket Loons or Super Drag. I didn't check all the replays to see if they're mixing up the clan castles. So I honestly don't even know. Really, the Yetis, I don't really need them to do much. I really just need the Log Launcher to get the 2 Fire Spitters. If the Yetis make it into here, that's great, but I think my main force is going to do most of the heavy lifting. I just have to be careful with the king here, because I think the best plan for the king is to wipe these defenses. And if the king walks in, like he's been doing in my last couple attacks, that can be trouble. This should be easy. The only problem I have with the ice block is potentially if something like this happens. Here, I'll show you. This was Simon, and he failed on us because the ice block didn't do what he wanted. First he walked straight into 2 giant bombs, right? But then right here he meant to use this ice block spell and it was too late. Like that. I mean, as long as I don't drop it late, right? I should be fine. When do I drop it? Hang on. I think when I would drop it is in the middle of like when I have an invis on top of her. So invis, and then I would drop it like right here. But you dropped it too late. It's not a bad idea, but drop as soon as it starts steaming, you said? And then invis at 246. Okay. The only thing with this army is that potentially I need some more cocoa loons, but I think I got it. It's not the best that I lost the fox right there, but honestly, I think it's okay. Not the best hit, but the plan worked. Didn't use the giant arrow. Yeah, I brought the earthquake spell. I didn't want to use the giant arrow because right here with the monolith and the prince together, if any of them get a lock on the queen, then you definitely need the mirror. And plus, where do you shoot the arrow from to get any value? Yeti goes on mortar. I don't know which mortar you were talking about. The ice block did good, but then I still lost my fox. If the fox wasn't lost, it would have been OP. You're right. It was a little close. Yeah, losing the fox like that's crazy. Yeah, and then the monolith locked onto the log launcher. It actually wasn't that great of a hit. I'm not even gonna lie. His base is even easier. I mean, with the RC, just go in here, right? I really honestly don't even need to grab this fire spitter. Normally the plan for this kind of a base would be to grab the fire spitter, but because I'm going in this way with the root riders, I'll be going behind the fire spitters. I think if I drop the RC over here and then she clears up until about the expo, I'm good, right? The only problem potentially is the hook tower. Or I can shoot it with an arrow, right? I just want to take a look at these other bases real quick. Now this one here, I can think about the log launcher too, because if the walls open up right here and the Yetis drop around here, they should be able to pick up some of this stuff. But this time I would probably just go with the arrow, because I can just shoot it from this wizard tower. And this is almost the exact base. Almost the same one. Actually, this one, it might be better to drop the RC into here. Because look, he put all these decorations in here and I don't think he realized that means that there's no bombs in there. I was thinking about the log launcher, but now that I see this open space right here without any decorations, I think it's got the bombs. And it makes sense too, because the next thing after an RC charge into this corner is probably something with the root riders into this backfire spitter, or with a log launcher into the monolith. So as long as I RC charge over here, this one should be easy. Alright. Okay, this base, the only thing I need, right, is to snipe the hook tower. This is going to be a little early on the warden ability, but I think actually it's okay because I'm under this poison. I just have to be careful here with the queen. Queen's gonna stay alive for sure. Yeah, I mean, this base is terrible, isn't it? Even with the traps out here. check this out. Jerry, you said need to upgrade traps first before defenses. Only traps can help me. Actually, I'm not even gonna lie. I think that when Town Hall 18 comes out, I'm gonna be doing all the traps first. Because there's so many now. Yeah, there's so many traps, and it's the fact that keeping your defenses low helps with the war weight a little bit. Yeah, see, this base here is actually not as obvious where to drop the RC. Unlike this last base. This bottom base. Because, I mean, where I'm thinking I can drop her is in this corner. To set that log launcher up. I think essentially what I need from the RC is to go into here, grab the Expo, the Builder Hut. It would be nice if she can grab this scatter shot, because that would help me for later when I drop this overgrowth over here. If I can just drop it on the Town Hall, that'd be a bit easier. But having the Prince and the Monolith here, it's easy to distract him with the skeleton. This one for sure, I'll use the arrow. Jerry, you said double overgrowth roots on this base looks good. One overgrowth for the Town Hall and roots facing Spitter, and second for the Monolith and backside. Let me take a look. Yeah, I mean, if I saw this base in hard mode, I'd probably be thinking how to control this damage around here. And so double overgrowth might be good. I just like the log launcher plan because it opens these walls right here. If I can get all these walls open, then the Yetis, wherever they drop, will get something. They'll get an Inferno, they'll get the Flame Spanner, or the CC, they'll get something. In hard mode, I'm not so sure. Because, yeah, if any of these get a lock on the Queen or the log launcher, it's over. Let me see this again. So, first one on the Town Hall and the roots facing the Spitter? You mean the spacer or the Spitter facing the roots is what you meant. And second for the Monolith. So like if I went in here with the root riders, I would do this first overgrowth over here. I think that if I drop the RC somewhere in here, she can get this Inferno. And then that Inferno is a nice pickup. Actually, the only problem with this plan is that I think I need to hold the Warden ability for like ever. Funnel with RC into Wizard Tower and scatter 7 o'clock. I mean, I'm thinking about it. Or you can also overgrowth the Town Hall Spitter, sparing only Poison Tower so that the Poison Tower wears off by the Town Hall by the time the Town Hall overgrowth runs out. Yeah, I mean this Poison Tower does look kind of scary. I just think once my roots are around here, that's when I should use the Warden ability. And then Rage here. Alright. Actually, I think I want to go into this top side. Next bomb tower, hopefully. Of course there's traps. I'm gonna grab this scatter shot right here. And that's it. Yeah, we're looking good here. I actually think that the double overgrowth plan was better for hard mode. Like, if I saw this base in hard mode, that's probably what I'd go for, because the damage is just too much. Amazing attack, thank you. I appreciate it. And actually, we won this war. I don't even have to do this last hit, and we won. We had one of the enemy players saying that they were going to beat us. They were trying to trash talk us or whatever, but it's too easy. The Clash Council, beautiful, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're looking really insanely good. Oh, it's Abu. What's up, dude? Yeah, I'm happy that this league is going well for us. It's just that we have these few misses that are just throwing our chances on the leaderboard. 313 missed. How's your night been? It's been great, thank you. It's been pretty chill. I'm on a pretty horrible sleeping schedule, so I actually woke up just a bit before the stream, but yeah, I'm just trying to get through these Clan War League hits, because this is really the most stressful part of the week, isn't it? It's trying to be perfect. I do like this whole dynamic that Clan War League makes with the one attack only, and it would be kind of nice if they implemented that in Classic War somehow, at least for extra rewards maybe. Yeah, see, I mean, this base, you could go for a log launcher again, but the decorations kind of give away how this base is trying to defend. I have night shifts. No, actually, I'm self-employed. My job is that I make contracts for shows. So I basically work on my own schedule when it comes to that. And I'm all caught up on contracts anyway, so I'm not stressing. I actually slept in today. And yeah, I feel way better than I did yesterday, because yesterday I was running only on like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And so sleeping in today, I might have been late for the stream, but I feel way better. Anyway, yeah, I hope you guys are having a good night too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously is to grab this fire spitter, right? There's probably spring traps right there. I just think if I drop the RC straight on the bomb tower, she's gonna go to the Rico. And then I can't redirect over here because of this wizard tower. So as long as I just can get this wizard tower right here, I should have time, right? Now the question is whether I need Diggy or not, because if I drop the queen over here to grab these defenses, then she should go in, right? Alrighty. Now, if the RC after the bomb tower goes to the multi-archer, then this wizard tower is not an issue. I just think she's going to the Rico. I'm I'm just double cycling here because really all I need is that fire spitter, right? Yeah, this is what I'm saying here. I really just needed the queen to walk in. Looking good here. We're looking super good. Yeah, I mean, all things considered, how things went in this war, I'm glad I didn't miss any. We had one bad miss, and then a 99%. And yeah, of course, all the bombs are in there. Easy. And that's day 5 done, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bummer how late that we matched this league, because we actually started the search for this league on the first day, and it wasn't until like 36 hours later that we found a match. So it could be day 7, but it's not. Yeah, I think if we can get 45 on the last couple of days, that we're still good for top 10 on the leaderboard. I just think with the way things have been going in the past 2 days that it's not going to happen. We'll probably end up with like 377 or so. 376. Now, for this base here, normally I'd like to funnel going into the town hall first with the root riders because the prince is right by it, but I think that the log launcher can do some good work here. Yeah, I mean, with the defenses that are in this corner, it doesn't look like there's many traps. If it had something like a multi-gear or a scatter shot, then there'd probably be traps in this corner. I mean, there's Teslas, but there's no bombs. Now, if the log launcher can trigger this rage tower, then I'm in really good shape. just like that. It's actually not the best overgrowth because I have defenses over here that I left standing, but it's really mainly just to mitigate the damage a little bit. Hopefully I can have a better day than yesterday. Yesterday I was kind of throwing the offense a little bit in Legends. I'm just glad I did all these triple. This guy, he's from Madhouse. We faced him a couple times in Classic Wars and stuff. Yeah, my usual approach for this base is to go into this corner and grab the multi-archer. Or I guess usually that's a fire spitter. But because of where those bomb towers are, I could get pulled off to the side. This can get dicey real fast. Let's double cycle here. I don't usually like to freeze under the Eternal Tome, but because of that Invis Tower, I think I needed to. Yeah, this corner has been really the most popular corner for the traps, and so that's why I sent my RC into this one. And this trap is killer too. If you drop your RC in there and you fall for all those traps, then the attack is pretty much over. Oh, finally I get 2-minute request timers. Thank goodness. See these bases here where you have the fire spitter away from the town hall like this? Away in distance, but also pointing away. This is really just where you have to grab the fire spitter with RC. Uh-oh. I'm gonna use the last invis here. It's not ideal, but if it had any chance of grabbing the fire spitter, then it was worth it. Now this did happen to me in Clan War League, where I had missed this fire spitter, but as long as you send the roots behind it, it should be easy. I'll share a replay, or I'll show it in a second, so that you guys can see what went wrong. And it's funny because it was a Tesla 2 out there. Looking good here. This 1 star saved my day yesterday. I mean, it's still -6, but it could have been like -30, right? But also on the contrary, it could have been like plus 30. This is again that base, except it's not so cluttered around here with defenses. So As long as I can just grab that expo, then we're good. Now I just have to make sure that the king walks over to my troops, because I've seen where the enemy king makes my own king walk in. So yeah, right here I'm good. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. My king just wants to throw here. Rip the RC, but it's okay. Have it all under control. Yeah, this is a base I love to see, because it's been around so many seasons now. Oh, but those traps. Let's double cycle here, because I'm not used to seeing traps there. Uh-oh. I'm not sure how the fox went down, but I have it under control. Yeah, this is a base where you can really get burnt if you don't have the right kind of protection for the RC. But I saved the fox from the charge, so super easy. Now let's see if I can get the king to walk in correctly this time. Of course not. Because of the ice golem? Yeah, of course not. I think here I need to be a bit careful with the queen. King went on a real journey, didn't he? I dropped him over here to go into here, and then he went way out here. Man, yeah, if any of you guys watching are running this base, you need to delete it. Because there's just too many people using it. It's not that it's a bad base, I mean, it has defended me like once or twice before. It's just that too many people are using it. Wow. My king is just not cooperating with me today. Now, this base here, because of where the fire speeders are facing, and the prince being by the town hall, I think that the troop launcher approach is the best. But normally with the troop launcher approach, you want to tag out a fire spitter with the RC. But this time it's a little too deep in the base, so I just want to grab this Rico. If she grabs the Rico and then the Expo next, nah. I wanted her to go the ground bow next. If she went to the ground bow, I could redirect her into the poison tower, but this should be fine. Yeah, no, there's no way I failed this, right? With 3 invis left. I mean, it's looking like they're all gonna be swag, but there's no way I failed this. That's a nice 320 to start us off today. That's 1 down, but 5 more to go. Now, which base was it again? It was one of these where I meant to grab the fire spitter, but I missed it. Let me look for it. It was this base, because, I mean, at first glance it appears that from here you could get the RC just redirecting into the fire spitter by making these invisible. So I thought that once this expo was down that I could get an easy grab on the fire spitter, but nope. This Tesla here is actually, I'll show you what base this reminds me of. It reminds me of, I think it's Kronos's base, or was it Simon's base? It was Simon's. Yeah, right here. My plan was that from here I could redirect the RC into the fire spitter, but then these Teslas popped up right there. Yeah, I mean, after this charge I really wasn't so sure, because this whole pathing for the route riders, it's so broad. Like, if you spread the route riders around here, then they can go like 5 different ways. And so I thought I really needed to be careful, and so my solution was to just send all the route riders behind this fire spitter. Honestly, it wasn't a pretty attack, but I did manage a triple. This overgrowth was terrible. Wow, now this base. This looks pretty fresh. This monolith here and these rage towers. I mean, what's the plan here when you have no idea? I feel like sending the RC into here to try to tag out the monolith was best. Yeah, I mean, this simple corner approach here looks like it can set up a log launcher really nicely. If this was a monolith and that was an inferno, then the log launcher would just be too easy. Wow. What an overgrowth. I would never think to put overgrowth right there. Wow. Yeah, before we get into these hits here, I'm gonna take a quick break, grab some coffee real quick. refresh myself, use the restroom. So, yeah, guys, just hang tight. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Thanks again for your patience. Yeah, honestly, I went and I grabbed myself a little snack. Alrighty. Okay, this base here, I do remember actually running this last season because of where this crusher mortar is positioned. And honestly, it was a pretty good base for me. I think a safe approach would probably just to go behind this fire spitter. After this multi-archer, she should go to Rico, right? If this combo here with the monolith and the multi-inferno wake up and cause any problems, then I can just freeze it. That's really what this freeze is mainly meant to be for, is for when you can't control it with a skeleton spell. Otherwise, the skeleton spell just distracts for so much longer. Yeah, let's see how close I can get to a perfect day here, right? Fatesy, what's up, dude? Did you check out the league yet? I absolutely just swept them. Again. And thank goodness too, because Survivor did kind of an ugly miss. I mean, it would still take like 3 or 4 of my hits to fail for us to lose this war, but yeah, I mean, we're still going for leaderboard here. Like, if we can get 45 in the next 2 days, I think that we still finish around P8, P7 on the leaderboard. I just think the way things are going in the past few days that it might not happen. I think honestly anything in the top 10 is good. Another 18 stars, yes, you are right. Yeah, so when the damage on the base is separated from these exterior defenses here, that's where you really gotta save the invis. Like 2 or 3 of them. And a lot of people try to burn all 5. Yeah, dude, anyway, I fixed the settings with the mic, so I hope it sounds a bit better. You should be able to hear me pretty clearly, I hope. I was listening to my stream from last night and I could barely even hear myself. Okay, this space is actually kind of interesting because normally you'd expect fire spitters over here. But because they're over here, it might be better to go for an entry into this corner. That's my RC dead. But I think I handled everything else okay. Lose RC. Now the rest of this has to be perfect. this might be recoverable. I just think I have a bit of an issue with the walls. There's too many walls to break around here. What a bummer, man. Losing the RC like that. Rockers got their first ever 45. It's actually hilarious that they did that today, because it's day 5 and this is supposed to be like an insane pro team with Hades, NYU, Bernal, and Kronos. They're seriously lacking. Wow, what a fail, man. See, it's right here that I thought the fox was safe, because she went for this gold mine, and then the fox ended up moving forward, and I was late on the recall. Yeah, this guy needs to just delete this base. This base here I remember failing yesterday, and there's a chance actually it's the same person. because it's got the same scenery. So I want to be careful because this mortar screwed me up yesterday. Anyway, yeah, that RC charge looks better than the one I got yesterday. Now the prince did tag my queen, but it's okay. Oh, that's a terrible overgrowth. At least if it had covered the Rico, I'd be okay. Or the monolith. What a bummer that fail. That was an easy base, and I failed it. Equipment, what's up, dude? Yeah, check this out. Another 18 stars. Yeah, if you want to tune in on YouTube, you could rewind and go and watch all those hits again. If you want to. Otherwise, now I'm just trying to chill and do a bit of Legends. I had a rough day on offense yesterday, and today's looking a bit better, but I did do this one fail. This fail, I just lost the RC. I had mistimed the Fox a little bit, and yeah, the Fox died and the RC died right after. Yeah, if you want to find me on YouTube, my name is the same as the Twitch and the Discord. Just search me with DiggityDhoom. Yeah, I mean, all my Clan War League hits went well, so it's really not that big of a deal that I failed in Legends. We're still looking to finish around top 7, top 8, as long as day 6 and 7 go well. Yeah, now this base here, it's been around a couple seasons, but my approach is usually to grab the spitter with the RC and send the roots into the town hall. It's just that I've seen a bunch of traps. You sub to me, thanks dude. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, at first when I was trying to stream on YouTube, it was telling me I needed 50 subs, and that was really the only time I was actually worried about my sub count. And it's funny because I found a workaround where I don't need the 50 subs. Wow. And of course my RC gets melted. You look away for 1 second, man. I think I can recover this because the RC triggered both of the spell towers. So let's recall the king here. I mean, I'm actually not so sure to recover this. The queen has to do like all the heavy lifting now. No, actually it looks like I got it. That's crazy, bro. My RC got absolutely melted. It's actually not the worst thing if she can walk in here this way, but usually she walks into the expos. That's crazy. Okay, now this base is interesting. This one looks a bit new. But also it looks quite simple, doesn't it? I just need to grab up until about here with the RC. That was a swag invis, but I don't care. It is easy. We'll see. Yeah, that Tesla could have screwed up the arrow, but yeah, that NATO does nothing. Absolutely nothing. I might have to check this guy on defense and see if this base is actually doing anything. It just looks like a minus 320 kind of base. It looks awful. You're right. Now I recognize this clan actually. I think they're from Guangzhou in China. This is either Guangzhou or Fuzhou, where they speak Fujonese. We went to war against them once. Let me see. I think I faced them in this clan. Yep. It is that clan, isn't it? Yeah, this base is really tricky here because I personally think the best plan is to send the log launcher through here, but this monolith tends to pick off some stuff. You played in Thunderstorm? I did actually play in Thunderstorm, and I got kicked, pretty much, long story short. Yeah, the leader there didn't like me very much. Yeah, basically what happened was there was this one war where that we didn't do very well. And I was saying, dude, if you want to have a streak, you know, you need to have your players hitting at like at least a 50% hit rate. Because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I tried my best to help him out, and I don't think he really thought I was hoping. Yeah, it's not a big deal anyway, because the leader's just not that great. You never played there? They seem mid. They are mid. Actually, I'd even go as far to say they might be a little worse than mid. There's like a handful of players there that are good. And really the whole story behind that clan is that they're actually from 2 Turtles 1 Gem, which is a clan we're facing this week in Clan War League. But the leader there, Night Shadow, he wasn't happy with Athena or whatever, and so he made his own clan. That's the whole story with that clan, and a bunch of people followed him over. Yeah. But anyway, I kept telling him, I'm like, dude, your players are kind of lacking, because there was one war that we didn't get 100%, and he was saying, oh, it's just one war. And I was saying, dude, if you do like 21 triples and 27 fails and a bunch of skips, then you're in trouble. Your streak is in trouble. A bad war for us and this clan, it would be something like clearing 45 bases and 70 hits. Like, that's a really bad war for us. LOL, Athena the beached whale. I don't actually know Athena, personally. We haven't not had a perfect war since Town Hall 15. Yeah, I mean, the game now is just too easy. Ever since the Giant Gauntlet, man. And actually, at first, when the Giant Gauntlet came out, it had that bug, right? Where it was, like, invincible, rather than just a bunch of damage reduction. Our streak in my clan goes as far back as last October, because we were actually in another clan. the bug that Itsu found and didn't tell the devs, and he abused it to rank 1. Well, wasn't there a problem with the Legend League that season because everybody was getting like 7,000 trophies? That was crazy. I don't know how that happened. I wasn't pushing that season. There's always problems, you're right. Really, the biggest problem is just the defense. They keep trying to buff the offense and nerf the defense. And I think honestly, where the hit rate should be is that like the best player should still have like an 80% hit rate. Something like that. But right now there are players out there that are getting like 100%. Close to 100%. Biggest problem is the equipment. I mean, honestly, the equipment's pretty cool. It's powerful, but it's cool in the sense that it adds the variety, right? It just needs a bit of a balance. Esports is a separate game, you're right. Too much variety, you think? I don't know. I don't think there's a problem with too much variety. I actually think right now the problem is there's too little variety because everyone's using the electro boots. You know, all these epics, and the electro boots is in every attack. And this is what I'm saying about Clan Wars, is that, I mean, other people are failing, but at the same time, I don't think anyone should be failing. Because when you have all max equipments or whatever, then you can pretty much plan for any base. It's not even possible to nerf the E-boots. I mean, in a way it is. They did nerf it that one time where they reduced the self-healing, and I think that did pretty good. Unless you nerf the radius, yeah. The radius nerf would probably be the next thing. I think that the self-healing is like not needed. They should just get rid of the self-healing altogether. And just leave it as like a DPS boost. And the aura damage. You doubt it'll happen? Well, never say never, man. I mean, really, I think what they look for is to see like the use rate. If something is really high, then that's usually what they go for first. Oh, I don't know why I sent that request. Yeah, this base again. Now it's interesting, in the last base I didn't see the NATO in here. So I wonder if there's different links going around of this base. I don't know if the tome nerf was needed. Well, I think that they did that nerf because of the new defenses. And as well as like trying to make the lava loon puppet work, right? I don't think it was actually that the Eternal Tome needed a nerf. PPFX, hello again. Lava Loom puppet is dumb. You're right. It's got to be on the prince. I don't know what they were thinking giving it to the warden. Literally, they gave the Lava Loom puppet to the warden, and then a month later, the prince became a thing. I think it was a little short-sighted of them. What's my reset? I don't know if I have anything good today, unfortunately. I think my highest reset was on this account. And plus the ranks are still consolidating. I mean, normally at the end of the day you expect to see a bunch of top names on the leaderboard. I mean, let's take a look here what my resets are looking like. Well, for Bane here, I finished my hits and I'm top 500. So I think that means my reset was like 200. You want to see my base? Actually, I don't mind sharing my base right now. Because I'm gonna, actually no I can't, because it's on a subscription. So I technically am not supposed to leak it. They've already posted a few new bases, but I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah, my subscription is from Crispy. 2 seasons ago he was global rank 4. I mean, if you're interested just to know like what kind of ranks I'm hitting in the last couple seasons, it's like top 1000. Like this account Havoc, in the past 2 months, 829 and 859. So that's kind of where we're competing. And this account Chaos, 622 and 874 in just the past 2 months. Normally I do check my resets, but I've been doing my Clan War League hits at the time of the reset. And actually, if you find me on YouTube, you can rewind and go check my hits at the beginning of the stream. You'll see my planning, my thought process. Fazy's asking for my reset too. My highest reset was around 5600. Like 5604 or something. And my lowest one was like 54 something. It wasn't great. When am I attacking in PF Hamad? I'm actually not in that clan. For Ore Wars. I'm doing my Ore Wars in TF. Let me pull it up. And actually earlier they finished the war without me. So if I do these hits on stream, it'll just be kind of like Clan War League simulation. But I'm probably just gonna go for loot. Just snipe the town hall and grab the loot and that's it. I'm gonna lose the fox here, aren't I? I just need to grab this Rico, and then I'm basically good. Yeah, pretty soon I'm gonna put a chat overlay on the stream where you guys can see when I'm chatting to users from Twitch or users from YouTube. But if it's ever confusing what I'm saying, it's probably because I'm responding to somebody from the other platform. Yeah, honestly, anything I do on offense is better than yesterday. XQNat, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Look at my base. Here, let me pull this up. 2C20. Nice. This is looking good, dude. Full max. I can't see your Teslas, but I'm assuming they're done. Yeah, dude, you are full max. Really, the only thing you need to do now is just push legends. Yeah, you only have 1,185 legends trophies on your profile. You want to get that at least up to 10,000. But it's going to take a few months. Good job on the space, dude, because it looks great. This hook tower, you could finish it pretty quickly if you spend all your league medals on builder potions, but I can understand why that's not everybody's cup of tea. I think most people want to save their league medals for hammers or for their skins, especially when they're full max like that. They really need to update these skins. Give one to the prince. A league prince would be pretty cool. And maybe a new scenery. You were thinking of getting the League Queen? The League Queen is pretty cool. What's my favorite League skin? Actually, it's the King. The King is my favorite because he's all gold. It just looks pretty cool. Yeah, this base here, I'm kind of thinking that going into the town hall is best because the prince is right there. This funnel should be pretty simple. That's a huge risk I took. I should have just double cycled there. I've only ever purchased a league skin one time. And it's on one of my main accounts too. On Fear. I'll show you in a second. That RC might have been a little too early. That's a terrible invis. I think this makes 320 on this account. That was sweaty? Not really, actually. I mean, the only thing was watching the RC. Let me take another look. Yeah, I mean, the king and the queen did pretty good over here. It was just making sure that my RC can make it through all this somehow. I thought about dropping the overgrowth over here, but if everything splits, then that could just be worse. Yeah, what I did here with the RC wasn't good. Alright, yeah, let's get this 320. Okay, so I was gonna say for this base what you want to do is grab the spitter so that you can make a funnel to the town hall, but the town hall is over here. I'm not sure why this base is like this. Let's just grab the town hall here. Yeah, I can't tell if this is actually any good or not. Yeah, the only thing not so good here is that I didn't get this multi-gear of the builder huts, which is kind of where the ring ends. So probably the best thing to control the pathing here is to use the overgrowth. Kind of something over here, right? That's a little interesting, this base. I still think it would be better if the town hall was just in the middle. Yeah, that's 320. You kind of like this base? Yeah, I have no idea what this base is. Like where it came from, who built it, or why it's like this. But I don't know. I don't think that making it so easy for the RC to grab the town hall in the beginning like this is that good. You like it just because it's weird. And honestly, that's enough sometimes to get defense. Is if somebody thinks the base is weird, then they'll go for a non-traditional approach and fail it. Sometimes that is good enough. What is this rank I have here? I don't think it's actually anything good. 891. I mean, for doing all my hits, that's not that great. I'd like to be in the top 200. Yeah, I mean, the Legends today is going much better than it did yesterday. Out of 24 hits so far, I have 23 triples. One fail was just because I lost my RC. If I could go back, I'd probably crush it with swag. Let's double cycle here just to be a little safe. I'd like to keep the fox. I did lose the fox. I lost the fox and the last invis. So this can be trouble here. Oh, and of course I failed the wall break. Yeah, now for this to triple, I just need the RC to cooperate here. Nice. Yeah, I mean, these corners were clearly baited when you saw where those Teslas popped up. And the NATO was over here. Yeah, no, a base like this is where the Yeti is really super helpful, because I'm already sure there's Teslas back here. Let's double cycle here. Grab the scatter shot. Yeah, I mean, Legends just looks too easy today. And I wonder if it's because of all my failing from yesterday. But these bases still look kind of decent. I think I'm just hitting a little better today. Yeah, see, now a base like this could be tricky because normally that's supposed to be a monolith, but you put the Inferno there. So this Gigabomb is kind of suspicious now, isn't it? Could send the RC on this side, but Yeah, and that's a nice overgrowth. Well, actually, I was gonna say that's a nice overgrowth because I can drop a skeleton there, but I used my skeleton already, so if I had my skeleton spell, that would be a nice overgrowth. Do you use... Actually, no, I don't. I don't use my defense base on every account. I switch between like 3 of them. It's funny you mentioned that because last season was the season I started doing that because I noticed that some of my accounts would be hit like by the same player that hit another account of mine. So I think right now actually I do have some duplicates because it's so early in the season that the chances somebody is going to find me twice is pretty unlikely. But last season it was happening like all the time near the end. It was quite shocking too to see like stars hitting me twice on 2 accounts. But all of my bases I get from Crispy. So if I'm not using like the latest one he sent us, then I'm using one that he sent us like a few days before. Yeah, my thinking with this base is again to just grab the fire spitter. Normally an approach into the monolith would be the safest, but because the prince is back here it might be better to just grab the spitter and go behind this other one. Let's double cycle here. I lose my last invis here, but my fox is healthy, so I'm not too worried about it. This kind of a split is not that great. Now this space is kind of interesting, how he put the fire spitters right there. I still think that the fire spitter should be under the rage tower. I do think that this overgrowth has to cover the scatter shot. The Inferno looks kind of dangerous. Clayton. This is one of those guys that hit me twice at the end of last season. And it's funny because he hit me where I had 2 accounts running the same base, and he failed one of them. He tripled the first one, and then the second time he saw me, he failed. That's really all I know about this guy, and it's kind of hilarious. This base again. This is the one where I almost lost to RC in here. It's another 320. That's the third one for today. It's way better than yesterday. I think at this point yesterday I had about like 3 fails or 4 fails. Well, that's an interesting base, isn't it? With a full max crusher mortar sitting in the middle. This is where I'd like to have the mirror. Especially under the rage spell around here. To grab the prince and the king and whatnot. But I don't know. I think I'll be fine without the mirror here because... I just need to grab that poison. Then I'm out. Yeah, and right here the magic mirror would just clear everything. But I think I got it. It's looking pretty good. This clan's name is Justin's mom. It's actually hilarious. looking at day 6 in a half hour. I should be just about finished with hits on this account. Then we can take a look at some of the day 6 bases. Yeah, I mean, this one just looks too easy, doesn't it? Yeah, I think our next opponent could be a threat. They could be. I mean, if they get 44 stars on us, then we pretty much need 45 to beat them. But I have a feeling they'll only get like 41 or so. 40, 41. This base here looks kind of interesting, kind of fresh, but anytime I see a base like this with an invis core, I think of where I can funnel the roots to go into the town hall. So as long as the king can take care of this area, should be good. I did notice here I'm running the Frosty. I'm not actually sure that's the best plan. Not for this account anyway. Wow, that is just barely, isn't it? Just barely. This might actually be a good base. I did kind of screw up the invis tower because I shot the arrow and then waited forever to send the roots. So potentially if I didn't have to worry about that. But the good thing is it looks like I'm going for rank on this account. Should be able to pick up a decent rank. Yeah, this base here I remember failing a couple times. Because these fire spitters are pretty deep, so there's no good charge to get in from here. So let's try this side, because as long as I can make it over to where the expos are, then that breaks the ring of defenses. I'm gonna have to double cycle next. Now what would be clutch over here is someone can pull that poison. That poison's gonna be a problem. There we go. Now a base like this could be tricky because of where the town hall is. It's not really looking like I can reach it unless I use a rage spell. So I think I'll try it anyway. The hook tower might help me out a bit here. Actually, I think I'm in trouble on this one. That arrow was meant to go straight through there. This could be trouble. This booger is doing amazing. Seriously amazing. It might even tag the fire spitter. Wow. What a way to triple. It's like this. That's crazy. That is crazy. This is that base again. There's a Tesla right there by that burst mortar. And so, as long as I'm just a little careful. Yeah, let's double cycle right here. Yeah, I mean, the problem now is I double cycled so that I could save my fox, and then I lost my fox. So here I really gotta just watch the RC. King's trying to throw a bit because he just doesn't want to walk outside. It's awful. This could get dicey. Bummer. Bummer to fail like that. Use all the invis and lose the fox. I say it again and again and it still happens. It's ridiculous. As long as I 312 today, I should be fine. 312 or 320 doesn't really matter because you still need good defense to pick up rank. Wow. This base and this guy, the Great Fotini. I wouldn't expect that he's using this base. Yeah, if you're running this kind of a base in Legend League, you gotta delete it. Just delete it, bro. Too many people are using it. Well, that's 312. 320s, a 312, and a 308. That's not ideal, but better than yesterday. I'll take anything better than yesterday, honestly. Yeah, before we get into these last 8 hits, I want to at least just take a quick peek at our day 6 bases. Now this base, I used to send my RC into the side over here to pick up the spell tower, but the problem with that is that if you enter with the roots into here, that this dead space can kill you because of the town hall and the monolith. So I found that the better solution is to go in from here and pick up the multi-gear. Uh-oh. Yeah, not a good charge now, is it? I'm really not sure why the RC went for the enemy RC, because she didn't do anything, so there shouldn't have been any aggro. But as long as everything takes a good turn here, I should have some stuff going for the town hall. He's trying to throw because he has all my healers. Alrighty, let's take a look here. These guys, the only thing about them is that they have a potential to score pretty high on us. They did pretty bad on day 1. I'm assuming that was from some skips or some disconnect or something. But in the other wars, they actually scored pretty nicely. I mean, thankfully, these bases actually look kind of easy. Look at these walls, man. These are the walls of a group of people that just don't push legends actively. Yeah, look at this. Oh, and of course, look at that. Wow. It's actually a bit shocking they're scoring so high, considering they have Town Hall 16s in the lineup. That's crazy. Now, a base like this can be tricky, because normally the target for an RC charge would be into here, but there's definitely some space for bombs. I'm gonna double cycle here. Can check this out. This chick, she's crazy, because she gets all the crazy fireballs. She grabbed the clan castle, so I think she's in a good shape here. But this poison tower and the monolith and the prince combo could be a little trouble. Warden's down. The overgrowth is gonna have to go over the town hall. Over here. His king's gonna do some good work here, isn't he? Wow. That was a little close. I'm used to seeing better from her. In day 1 through 3, she actually swags RC. But in day 4, she fails. And then in day 5, she swags RC again. That's crazy. Yeah, these are the kind of guys that we better be able to get 45 on. Because I'm not sure what to expect from these dudes here. If this Town Hall 15 can somehow triple, then that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is that base again. The last time I went for an RC charge over here, but I don't think I can do that this time with these defenses. I could try, but if the RC goes around the wall and... You know what? Let's do it. What is this base, bro? Look at those fire spitters. And these defenses right here. This is definitely a low rank base. And somehow I found it. And the enemy warden. Yeah. Yeah, no, my offense wasn't great, but I don't think it was that bad. Wow, nearly lost RC. Nearly. Oh no. Wow. Wow, the queen. What got her, man? It must have been the multi-gear. It must have been. Or potentially the Rico. Or the prince. Wow. That is crazy. Uh-oh. I think I pressed the warden ability just a bit too early. I'm not gonna have any healing tome over here. Nice. Another triple. It's really a bummer about this fail, man. Like, it's an easy base, and then you tossed it. Like, I mean, dropping the queen over here, the first defense she comes across is the multi-gear. Yeah, this base here, I remember actually receiving this base as part of a subscription last season, but I don't really think that this style with the invis and the rage core is actually working against good players, top players. Yeah, I think that's 320. That makes our fourth one for today. Not bad. I did a fail on Doom with plus 312 and a fail on Bane, I think, with plus 308. And the rest of them all 320. It's not too bad. Alrighty, yeah, if you're still watching, I appreciate you guys tuning in, hanging out, and lurking. I'm gonna go live again tomorrow, same time, just an hour before Legends reset, so if you want to tune in for that, just go ahead and follow and subscribe.